Oh, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Welcome in, Oshik. What's going on? So, yeah. Today we're probably going to be working on the maze game. Just to take a little mini break from Starground. So, got a couple things that I want to work on today. Mainly going to be trying to finish up the tablet. We're going to actually probably change it into a computer. But yeah, we're going to be messing around. I do want to eventually get the generation for like the rooms working. So we might work on that also. We'll see. But yeah. Hey, Melanim, welcome in. How's it going? It's been a while. How have you been doing? Alright. Go ahead and get things ready to go over here. Be messing around with Blender. Okay. So this is the model for the tablet. But it will no longer be a tablet now. It's going to become a computer. I mean, you was lurking in your stream every now and then. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just been working on Starground. Right now we're working on an update for a new dungeon, which I think will be cool. So that's mainly what I've been doing. And then this is just a little like prototype of a game that I've been working on for a little while now. Not very long, but yeah, it's been fun. I just want to like, my goal for post Starground stuff is like make a bunch of prototypes of just a couple different little ideas that we have, so that then we have this nice array of games to choose from, or what we want to go with for the next project. So that's kind of the plan right now. This is just a little funny computer guy. I have to completely change all the code now because it's different how we access the computer. Yeah, I think we're going to do computer instead of tablet. The issue with a tablet is you hold it up and you can still kind of see everything around the environment, which is not what we want. We want it to be like you're locked in on the, focused in on the computer screen, so what we're going to do for that is go into the world here. Actually, I guess we'll just go into the elevator. I know it is in the world. Okay, so now our tablet, we're going to change the orientation and all that. Set that back to 0. So we're going to have this computer over here on this side, and then another, like, monitor over there. We'll figure out exactly how we want it positioned, but yeah, something like that. And the camera's just gonna kind of zoom in on this like this, so. Started working on a multiplayer, Steam lobby game concept for a week now or so. Want to get back into game dev programming. That code is really cool, yeah. It is pretty funny sometimes. But yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, multiplayer is definitely hard. The amount of time I've struggled and messed with stuff in Starground is insane, so. But it is really cool. Being able to actually make a multiplayer game is kind of awesome. So. I wish you the best of luck on that. What's the, like, idea of it? Like, the genre and stuff? Okay, so now I need to fix this interact stuff. So this is what we did before, but this needs to change now. So let's see, interact. We're gonna want to call on the player, or I guess on world. Say owner dot view controller. Now all of this stuff will go away. Okay, so now in here we're gonna say function view controller, and this is just gonna lerp the camera over into position. Pretty straightforward. So we've already got this camera tween anyways, might as well just reuse that. And there we go. So the position we're gonna have this lerping toward is something. We're gonna have to figure it out. Yeah, basic stuff assigned like simulating rigid body physics in 3D over network. Oh yeah. I imagine that would be tricky. Can show you some more recording later, 30 seconds or so. Yeah, you're totally welcome to send that over. I want to create like a sandbox where friends can do stupid stuff and the owner can like, yeah, build a bit of housing and then invite friends over for mini games. No, it's all good. No worries at all. I think it's fun to, you know, learn about what people are working on. But yeah, that sounds cool. I've always kind of wanted to make a game like that. Just like a big open sandbox thing. I thought it would be really cool to have like a game that, like a sandbox game that almost has like other like kind of sub games in it. You know, like maybe there's like a section of the map that's like a zombie survival little game, and then another one's like a racing, you know, just a big open mishmash of everything. I always thought that'd be kind of fun, because it always reminds me of games like almost a little bit of like Trailmakers. Trailmakers does that, where they have all the like little different mini games in the creative map or whatever, and I think that's really fun because it's like it's all kind of tied together with some kind of core principle, which in Trailmakers is building vehicles, right? And then you're like building different vehicles for the different mini games around. I don't know, I think it's really fun. I would love to do something like that. I don't know if it'd be building vehicles, but something like that would be really cool. Almost like a Minecraft prison server or something, where you have like your little area and then you go to like the hub world to collect resources or something. I don't know. But yeah, it would be really fun. But yeah, I imagine like, yeah, physics stuff is always really annoying in multiplayer. The way that I always do it is just, I do all of the physics calculations on the server, and then I just sync the position rotation data over and stuff. And throw in some linear interpolation. And that usually seems to work just fine. Because then you have like the absolute, like the server processing everything and you know where it is. Yeah, I mean, I try to do most things server side. I also try and do like, if a player is colliding with a physics object or something, that happens on the server. You know, it's hard though, because then that approach you have to deal with like latency and stuff. But I think it does end up being a little more stable. But I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to go about that. I mean, you can try and do like, yeah, it's tricky with physics stuff because like with a game like Factorio or something, it's very deterministic. So you know like exactly if as long as you keep like the inputs the same, then your both worlds will be the exact same. But yeah, with like physics stuff, it's extremely difficult to predict. So yeah, that would definitely be hard. Physics stuff, multiplayer is crazy. Let's see here. So I need to figure out how I'm going to make the camera actually pivot toward the computer. I feel like what I really need is like another node that the camera can snap to or something. Maybe we add that in front of the tablet, and we're gonna rename this probably to controller. Then we add a node 3D. What we can do is just kind of push this out to the position we want our camera to be at, like that. Call this camera anchor. Now what we can do is inside of our player here, we just tween the position and rotation. So yeah, camera, global position goes to, and we're gonna go grab that. So we're gonna say controller dot camera pivot. Is that what it is? Camera anchor. We'll say get node for now. We'll change it to be better. So that's gonna be our new anchor. So we're gonna be pushing our position to anchor dot global position, and then also changing our rotation to anchor dot global rotation. And that's gonna all happen over the course of like 0.5 seconds or something. We'll probably change that, but yeah. Okay, so let's see if this even works at all. We also have to worry about what happens when we actually get out of the thing, which I think we do up here where we say, yeah, tablet active, return. How do I do that then? Display image. That's the deactivate function. So we'll have to work on that. And what do we call this function? Move controller or something? View controller. And then status will be a bool, whether we want to or not. So if status, I'll change that to viewing. We'll do that. Otherwise, we do it a different way. And what this is doing is basically just going to be lerping it back to its default positions, which I think I do up in here somewhere. Yeah, vector 3, 0 for the position. Which I guess I do have the move camera function. So I'll just use that instead of what I'm doing down here. All right, so now we're gonna fill out this with the info we need. So time, let's just say 0.5 seconds. Final rotations, anchor dot global rotation. Final position will be anchor dot global position. Now we're gonna do it backwards, so 0.5. I don't know what the actual default rotation is. It's probably just vector 3, 0. It must be. Okay, so let's try that. And then instead of running deactivate, or whatever over here. Let's see, where is deactivate called? Right here. I'm gonna say view controller false. Now when it goes in here, it should reset the position. Okay, so let's try this, see what happens. So we click on it, everything dies. Awesome. Oh, it's because I forgot to pass in an argument. Let's retry that. Whoopsies. My bad. Okay, so that's the wrong position. And then invalid property active on a null instance, apparently. It's because it's not called tablet anymore. We're going to have a reference to it instead up here, so we're going to say add export. I'll actually just say on ready var controller is equal to that. Now, anywhere in here where I'm mentioning tablet, we must replace. Okay. Let's try this again. So I think it went up because the position of it is up. So that is kind of an issue we're going to have to work out. It looks like the angle did get proper. So like it... Okay, and also that didn't seem to reset it back to false. It's because I didn't do this. And view controller, what we have to say in here is active is true. Okay. Instead here, we don't need to say active is true right there. So let's double check this. Boom. And if we go down, we get out of it. Yeah. So all we have to do is just fix the vertical positioning, and then we should be okay. I mean, there's a couple ways to do that. One option is that we just go ahead and do, I guess we could, take into account the difference between the camera height versus our anchor. Because then we can, like, actually see what should be the real position we need to lerp to. And that would probably be the way to do it. Because we have our camera pivot and our camera 3D, you can see the position is 1.961. So what we can say is, set a position here. We'll say it starts out as that, so if our position is that. Now we're going to say minus, camera 3D. I don't have a reference to camera, do I? I do. That dot position. Now that should be the proper position. So the camera will stay centered around. And actually, we only want to do the Y. So that should work now. Let's take a gander. I mean, I guess we could subtract all the other position things too, so that we get like an absolute position of it. We'll see. Yeah, so that's the proper angle, but obviously we need to like needs to zoom in and stuff. Let's actually not do just the Y, because I want to see what happens if we just do all of them, because it might like let us very precisely pick a point for where our camera goes. So that one's off to the left for some reason. I don't know what's up with that. So why would it be off? The Z on the camera is nothing. It does have some X. I think it's because it's subtracting that instead of adding it, so it doesn't really work. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. We'll just do the the Y positions because it seems to be mostly fine. And then on our tablet, we can go ahead and move our camera anchor to the position that we want. So let's move it closer so it's more of a zoom in. And let's try this. It's definitely better, but it's not zoomed in enough. So let's go right up to it and see what that does. That's better. But I want it to be like we're fully locked into the screen, so let's try this again. See, this is the issue, is we don't know, like... The camera being there doesn't mean that the actual camera node is there, which is the issue. And I would just subtract the distance away. But I think it's different for different axes. Because this one, the camera being back. Well, let's see. We just want to subtract both those out to get a 0 position, don't we? So I wonder why this doesn't work. So what it's going to be doing is saying, like, position minus camera position. Setting it vertically down, and then also on the x-axis, pushing it back. But it doesn't seem to work. So, I don't know. We'll try it again. Okay. See, it kind of works, but it's like horizontally offset. Which isn't going to work. Because we do need our actual pivot to be at that position away. So, it's fine. We'll just do Y. If we're changing the position of our pivot, then everything falls apart, so let's just keep moving this node in until it's at the right position. Let's try back there. We could probably tweak it live. Yeah, I mean, that's almost there. Now it's too close. So let's move it back. Let's say minus 1.5. Save that. I'll get out and go back in. It's better, but we're still not quite there. The vertical is a little squished. So let's go just a little bit more. Let's go to minus 1.4. I might have to tweak the vertical height also. Let's see. So it doesn't look like we're on a perfect rotation, unless it's just that that geometry down there is blocking us. I mean, it doesn't have to be a perfect rotation, just so it's close enough. Didn't seem like it actually changed anything, though, when I moved that. Minus 1.2. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, there we go. I think that's pretty good. Maybe even shift it up just ever so slightly. So let's do that. Say camera anchor. And on the Y, we're gonna say like 0.05 or something, just a very small amount. There we go. Because down there it doesn't really matter. I just want this to be in full view. The only issue is that this tablet's huge. So I'm probably gonna, or this computer or whatever, I'm probably gonna shrink it. So let's just do that in here. It's gonna break everything, but we can do a active element. Oh, it's because it's not copying the bool, that's why. Let's try that again. Why is it not moving that one? Let's make it visible. Okay, it wasn't selected for some reason. Let's go shrink it down by 7.5. See what that looks like in game. And then we have to apply our scale transforms. Yeah, we don't have a link for the prototype yet. The prototype is almost like FNAF in a way. So you're in this elevator and there's these tunnels in front of you. And you're sending out rovers and watching on your camera to see what the rovers are seeing. So the whole goal of it is it's almost like a resource management thing. You have to send your rovers down into the facility to bring back resources. But also at the same time avoiding scary guys that might hurt you. Yeah, welcome in, Louis. So they have these short horror, or these short indie horrors. Kind of. I mean, it's less so... It's not exactly like FNAF. It's definitely a little different. What is the position of this over here? What's going on? I'm gonna reset this position. That's what's going on. Oh, I'm gonna have to change the physics shapes and everything on here. It's okay. Oh, do not move that one. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a general rundown of it. The game's still super early in, like, conception. So, I mean, there's probably going to be a lot that changes, but I think that's the general vibe we're aiming for, at least. Yeah, it's definitely going to be more of a focus on, like, gathering resources and stuff than something like FNAF. Also, we're probably going to have a little bit of, like, being able to modify and customize your rovers. So I think that helps, like, make it distinct against other kinds of short indie horror games. Because one thing that I really want to, like, aim for with this primarily is, like, I want it to be fun first and foremost. Something that I do get tired of occasionally are horror games that aren't actually fun. Because then why even bother playing, you know? So... recently there's been a lot of new short horror games. The one where you are operating a drill is fun. I have not seen that. Drill operating horror. Yeah, I haven't seen this one before. Interesting. Yeah, it definitely seems to have a somewhat similar vibe. Yeah, I think another heavy inspiration too is like Iron Lung. You know? I'm sure that's where a lot of these games stem from. But yeah, just that whole concept of like, I'll show you specifically what I mean by that. I spoiled the game a bit. But we have like a camera on our tablet here with a lever. So in order to actually see like what's in the tunnels and stuff and the environment around you, you have to pull on the lever. So that's kind of the concept there. Yeah, I think it'd be cool once it's all... I mean, right now we're just working on a prototype. I still don't know, again, if this is like going to be something I actually fully finish and stuff. I have no idea. But, you know, I just want to start working on a couple prototypes for other things. So when Starground is over, I kind of have somewhere to go from there, you know? Yeah, we've got this one and a couple other prototypes. There is one that I think is really epic, but I kind of don't want to say anything about it because it's a surprisingly obvious idea, but I haven't seen anybody do it. So I'm actually a little worried that if I do mention it, it might be finished before we have a chance to even do it. So I probably won't until we actually start working on it. A bad open. Oh, no. Another big emphasis, funny that you mentioned it, on this game is definitely going to be listening. Because I've always liked in FNAF 4 how you have to like listen in the hallways for guys. I think listening is a very like underutilized. What did I just do? I think I just clicked a button to close all my windows. What even is that button? Was it Windows D? Whoops. Scary. Yeah, listening is really scary, and it's just something that games don't really do. I don't know why. So I definitely want to hit that with this game. I want it to be like you're really like listening in on things, and it's scary, you know? I think it would be cool. Monkas? What's that? Not for the scary, yeah. I need to listen next to the door, exactly. I think it's a really cool mechanic, and I don't ever see it used enough, so. I think I can put all these on a Node 3D. I'm gonna do that just so I can use local coordinates on this instead of it being stupid. And then just recenter these to 0. Now I can all just give them a distance away from the 0 point. So like the up one on the Y will be like 0.1 or whatever, even less. 0.05 minus 0.05. Right will be 0.05. Oops, minus 0.05. And left is 0.05. So now I can just move this node around as our little directional button thing. They're a little too close to each other, though. You going for the pixelated aesthetic? Not necessarily pixelated. I think the vibe that we're more aiming for, and one of the reasons I want to go with this vibe versus like the PS2 style, you know, like Fallout 2 and stuff. It's like smooth. It's like basically pre-rendered kind of very early 2000s, maybe late 1990s graphics. I think it always looks really cool. So like, I'm not really doing any low poly modeling here. Like you can see there's a lot of like, the screen is smooth and all the buttons and everything. But we're gonna kind of like this, you know? I just think that's a cool style. Every single game is always PS2 style, but I think this is underrated, you know? Like this stuff, the smooth, like, I think it just looks cool. Yeah, right. Yeah, because I mean, I'm well aware of the massive quantity of right, PS2 style horror games. There's so many. I definitely do not want to you know, it's like that one one gif of whatever, Buzz Lightyear, and he's in like the hall, and there's like, it zooms out and shows the thousands of other Buzz Lightyears in the boxes. Right, like I think that's I don't want to be that meme. So definitely whatever we do end up doing, I want it to actually be different and interesting. But yeah, more of a fan of the low poly style, like Voice of the Void do. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I do get tired of the PSX shader sometimes. I mean, it's fine. I get like, it's a very easy aesthetic to do. And I think that's why a lot of people do it. Just because it doesn't take that much work, right? You slap on the shader, now you're done. It also means that it kind of like lets you get away with bad models. And I think that's... I mean, it's not necessarily bad or anything. It's just the way it is. But yeah. I definitely want to try and distinguish this game a little more from all that. Another big aesthetic too that we're kind of aiming for is like Soviet Union era tech, stuff like this, right? And I think that's a cool vibe. I'll probably throw in like all the Russian text and stuff, although I don't know what it's actually going to be saying, so I don't know. I might avoid doing any tech stuff, but just like the like very early military tech, kind of like that, almost like 1940s kind of thing. You know, like also like these really old radar machines and stuff I think look really cool. This is sort of the vibe I'm going with um the tablet, or it's not a tablet anymore, the computer. It'll get there once we actually go through and finalize all this stuff, but yeah. I like how you can just screenshot a random machine, just resize the texture, make it less quality, and slap it onto a model. Yeah. It is pretty crazy. Man, yeah, Voice of the Void. I watched Markiplier play that. It does look really cool. I'm like kind of tempted to play it actually. Maybe it'd be fun to do on stream or something. I don't know. It does seem like a cool game. I always appreciate when developers actually like differentiate, you know, how they're going with like the whole like source engine aesthetic. I think is cool. Okay, this seems to be working, although the offsets of everything is messed up. Yeah, it's free for now until it's actually fully out. But yeah, it's epic. This is so huge. Yeah, it's really fun to watch people play it. Especially like having not played it before, because it's like all the stuff that happens is brand new. I don't know what's going on, you know? So yeah, it's a cool game. I think that's definitely the way to do a horror game, right? I mean, there's so many horror games that's just jump scare, but like games that are actually a game, I think are really good. Crazy. But yeah, because Voice of the Void is just fun to play, at least from what I have seen, right? Like, you can go around and buy things and drive around, and it's just cool. People forget to add substance to their games. They forget to make it fun, which is disappointing. I was watching my favorite streamer play Voice of the Void, and he found an entity that only 3 people have found before him. That's crazy. Yeah, that's another thing, too, which I think is really cool about Voice of the Void, is just how many different, like, entity encounters there are. Because it makes it very interesting. You don't know, like, it's always a new thing popping up every time. Okay, I think this will work. I know Ace wanted it to be like fully locked into the monitor, but I don't know how we would really do that unless like we have like a crappy FNAF pop up. I think this will work. I can go ahead and make the transition a little quicker. I mean, the other option too, I'll probably make the screen a little bit wider, just that it takes up a little more of your area that you're looking at. But yeah. I love Voice of the Void, I know. Would you want to see me play Voice of the Void on stream, Oshik? Because I'm down. Yeah, curly mustache, I got it going on, yeah. Some random viewer just randomly said, have you seen that? And like the clip of him from like 2 minutes ago. Oh yeah. That's crazy, yeah. Man. Yeah, it's cool. Whoa. I want to make this UI a little more diegetic, because right now you just click. But I think what would be cool is if you actually like click and drag the lever down. I don't know, just something about the anticipation of like, do you really want to see what's in here? Yeah, you're totally welcome to link the clip. We can take a look at it and see if I notice anything. Okay, so we're going to change how the movement works a little bit on the rover, where these are actually just going to denote direction, and then we're going to have another button up here that we slam down on, and then it's like, that actually does the moving. So let's work on that. We do need to pick out a font, because I think what would be cool is if these buttons had like big, bold, like, text. So let's go to defont. And I want to find something that's like, kind of World War II aesthetic. I don't know where that would be. old school. Like military, you know? There probably is one in here called military. Let's keep looking. Yeah, army. There we go. Yeah, stuff like this could be cool. Not exactly. I mean, I want it to be readable, but I do want an epic font for this. Comic Sans? No, no, no. Army Rust. I don't want it to be super hard to read. This one's actually kind of cool, but the issue is we have to sort by public domain. It's the only one I want. Or 100% free. I mean, those ones are fine. And it's gonna say like, move, you know? I'll just pick one that looks cool. I don't want it to be too clean or too dirty. Just some kind of like nice middle ground. This one's actually interesting because it's like messed up, so maybe that one. And we can probably just use this as like the general font for the game. So I want to find one that's kind of like, probably also has lowercase letters and stuff. So I'll just open up a couple random ones that I like. That one's not bad. That one's okay. Okay, let's see. No lowercase. No lowercase. No lowercase. This one has lowercase. So this one could maybe work. Yeah. Let's go ahead and try this one out. So we are going to make a font. Oh, there we go. The ND plays at full speed. Okay. So love YouTube shorts, dude. Whoa. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, let's play with full speed. Right here, right here. How would you even notice that? That's crazy, yeah. That's like a frame. That's pretty crazy. Some clips of those, yeah. That's something also that I'm funny of. I kind of want to really hit hard with this game too. Is like just a large variety of events that happen. Because I think I was watching Voice of the Void and I was like, yeah, that's actually like scary. Because there's so many things that happen. It's like even people that have played the game a million times don't exactly know it's gonna happen. I think that's cool. Here, let's create a resource, a theme resource. I call it main theme. Yeah, I don't know. Imagine just chilling at your base, then randomly see a red dot on the radar. Yeah, I know, right? Scary. Let's set this to the default font. Yeah, that could probably work. I might change it out at some point. We'll see. We'll see. But let's go into search for a default theme. Save and restart. Markiplier actually had an event that I didn't see before in the first day. Yeah, was it the one with all the eyes or whatever? It's so interesting. Yeah, it's really cool. Sometimes it's almost like depressing seeing how many cool games there are. Because you're like, man, It's so hard to, there's so many good games already. But yeah. Why is this so blurry? Let me modify the text settings. I know, that's the thought that always seeps in. It's like, I should have done that. But it's too late now. Let's oversample it and re-import. There we go. Oh, it doesn't look like garbage. So we're just gonna have these kind of scattered around. Let's go ahead and say decrease the font size. So we're gonna have a button that says move on it right here. I don't know necessarily if that font is the vibe. We'll have to see. I might change it out, or yeah, because I think it's maybe not stylized enough. Maybe something like this would be better just for that one specific case. So let's do that. If you need translations for this game, let me know. I will, yeah. We'll probably be getting into that eventually. I think what I'm going to do first is start the play testing process, right? Let's see what this looks like with the new font. Doesn't seem to have changed the font. Ooh. Oh, now it did. Interesting. And this will be pretty tiny. This will be like 2 pixels or whatever. Maybe we increase the font pixel size so I can get it larger. But yeah, if anybody is interested in oh, we have to decrease the font pixel size. In playtesting this game, let me know. Because I'll probably be setting that up pretty soon. Yeah, that looks better. I think the plan is to make the prototypes, get them working, and then as soon as they're somewhat playable, I'm gonna release all of them for playtesting, and then kind of like almost run a survey of like, which game did you like the most? Just so I can get some more outside feedback of like how good the games actually are. But yeah. So let's go ahead and add our little move button now. Epic. Yeah, I'll probably put up some announcement on Discord or whatever. This is an announcement to everybody. I've got this game, another one, another prototype. The one I don't want to talk about yet. And then, I'll probably try and do 3, just because 3 is a nice number. But we'll see. Does this still have a modifier? No, it does not. So we have to go like this. So this is going to be our move button. You hit it, and then, believe it or not, things move. Let's see, is this centered? Close enough. I'll probably squanch it down a little bit, like right there. Save it. Okay, so now on this button, we're going to add our label. Which button is that? I love it when I don't know what the button is. Okay, it's this one. Weird. Should I say jam call it the Big Boy Jam? We actually did a jam, the Idolathon. Which, speaking of, it's probably about time to maybe boot that up again. If anybody's interested. I don't know if we'll do another Idolathon. I mean, we might just change it into a regular, like, big boy jam so that we can do a theme and stuff, because the only issue with Idle-a-thon is it's kind of like, well, it implies that it has to be an idle game, which I think it's fine. I mean, idle games are cool, but I don't want to add too many constraints. It's either a thing where like the genre switches up or we have like a theme, so I'll probably go the theme route instead. But it would be fun. We'll do another reward thing again. Probably do the $50 Steam gift card or whatever, because that's usually a pretty easy way to do it. I might actually, instead of doing Steam gift card this time, actually do, just like, tell me the game you want and I will buy it for you kind of thing. Because it was kind of actually a hassle to actually get a physical Steam gift card code. I remember I MBG won last time, and I was trying to send the code to him, but it was like I wasn't able to send him a digital code in his country, so it's just a mess. So I think the better way to do that is just gift the game instead. I'll just say, like, pick what games you want gifted up to $50 or whatever. That'd probably be the reward. I always like to include a reward. I mean, I know a lot of jams is just kind of like, the reward is your game. But, I don't know. I would like an actual reward. So we're going to call this move button. This is going to be extends. Yeah, we might do like a theme voting, a theme voting round, something like that, you know? So, but yeah. Also, I think I'm gonna make like a base button class here. Button 3D, and then have all this stuff in here. We're not gonna have direction, but we'll have the depressed tween, all that business. Press.emit. And then there's gonna be no specific can interact. When would you do it? I need to look at schedule for everything. We have the Starground 1 year Steam anniversary coming up, so I don't want to do it overlapping that because I kind of want that to be its own separate thing. But I'll probably do it like pretty soon after that if we're gonna do it. I also do have to take a look at like when Down to Jam is happening, because I don't want to steal that jam's thunder. Okay, so that one's the 5th to the 8th, which is fine. So yeah, we'll probably do it like sometime late August or whatever. Which I guess if we're gonna do that, I better actually get started on all that. It's gonna be a shorter jam. I don't like the long jams. Maximum 3 days, probably. I'll go ahead and probably make an announcement then tonight or something so that we can actually get it all in motion. So I'm gonna just write down... Yeah, right before school, yeah. Big Boy Jam. Yeah, we might change the name of Idle-a-thon to Big Boy Jam or something, and then just so that we don't have to rename it every single time. Because I want to be able to do different themes. And it's you can't really do that when it's just Idle-a-thon because it's just idle games. Yeah, I think it would be really fun. And I could do a little game too. I'll have to come up with a theme. Yeah, like I was saying, we'll probably do theme voting, so we'll figure all that out. Here, so this is gonna actually extend button 3D. My new class. So we don't need any of that stuff. I'm just gonna say press.connect owner.move rover.bind direction. All super. Oops, I messed everything up. Those are the things that we need. Gotta move over to bind. All super. So on interact, we don't even need anything there. So this is all we need. And then down on our move button, we'll probably have a signal and stuff connected up to something else, but should be pretty easy. Let's see if this worked at all. Play. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the font there too. For some reason the font's also glowing. Might have to look into that. It's probably just because it's like not shaded or whatever or something. Also, the text is not actually going with the button. And that is because of how the button works. Because I need this to be a child of that, but I can't do that, so here's what happens now. The button over here, we're going to export that as a wide button or something like that. Selection only, resave. Now I have to get rid of this button in here. So before I do that, move the label over so it doesn't die. We're going to go into the code for here. Not the code, but you get the idea. So we're going to hide that button over here. We're going to say skip import, and then now it won't show up in here. So now what we do is just add a mesh instance 3D. Load up our wide button. Also, the wide button position is stupid, so let's fix it. Center of mass, whatever. Set it to 0, apply all transforms. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, I have to re-export. Quite annoying. Something we can do, which I did in another game, is you can actually set up like objects like that to kind of auto-export. They just all be in their separate Blender scene. So that's something we can definitely take a look at. And then let's just shift all that back. Grab the label too. Something right there. Now, why is this not like shaded? Is there a tag to do that somewhere in here? Yeah, shaded. There we go. Yeah, that's much better. There's also a billboard. Obviously, that doesn't work here. Interesting. All right. Snooze that ad. Okay, so that works. Oh, I just dropped my lid. This is disastrous. Where did it go? Oh my goodness. What? It's gone. It's gone. I don't know where it went. Okay, whatever. I'll just not use a lid. Or live life dangerously. Alright, so now we can click all these buttons. Yeah, I want to create like a nice solid class for all the button stuff. Honestly, something I would love to start dabbling with soon is actually audio stuff, because audio I think is going to be very integral to this game. So maybe we do that right now. Resound. Let's look up like machine. Factory or something. I want to like some ambience. I'm gonna turn down desktop audio. Nope. Nope. Cool, but no. No. That's not bad. Maybe if we like really pitched it down or something and added some effects, but I don't know. That's a vibe. No. Whoa. That's actually a cool sound. I might just grab that anyways. No. Yeah, there's a lot of cool factory sounds. I actually recorded a sound that I thought was cool. Steel Factory, Fusion. Okay. Fuzz Factory squeals. Ah! It's kind of cool. Let's see, which one do we like? Okay, well, that one's just a cool sound. We'll probably use this one for now. So yeah. My name, Chip Plays, has been exposed. I also want to start working on just ambient sounds and stuff that play around, because I think it'd be really cool. This will kind of ruin it for anybody that's planning on playtesting it, but I'm going to have two different kinds of sounds. Almost sort of following the sound design of FNAF a little bit. So in FNAF, there's two kinds. You have diegetic real sounds, sounds that are actually there in the world. And then you also just have sounds that aren't. But the key distinction, the important thing to know, is you don't know which is which. So it kind of always keeps you guessing, which I think is cool. So there's going to be a couple sounds and stuff that play that are just like from nowhere. Just to make you go crazy. And then there's going to be... where did that audio go? Oh, is it like a stupid file? No, it's just a WAV. Oh, okay, there it is. One thing that I think would be really fun is just a random knock that plays. So we're going to do that. It's going to be like this, and this is going to be to the left. And this is going to be like a metal knocking, right? And I want a lot of sounds like that that'll just randomly play. So let's search metal knock. And look for a sound that works for that. Yeah, something like that would be fine. And maybe eventually it goes up to more scary sounds like that. We'll start with this. Well, I'll be working a lot more on the actual sound design stuff with this, but yeah. Also, another aspect of this game that I kind of didn't really mention, it's almost in a way going to be like a creature collector kind of thing. There's going to be a lot of different entities around in the environment. So a big part of it's like discovering them all and like learning about how they operate, right? And that's how you can actually survive. Okay, so this will be on master. Should all be fine. We'll just call this one ambience. Doesn't have a thing yet. There we go. So now we're just going to have a timer that runs, and this will be a random sound event. And that'll happen it'll be a random amount. Let's go ahead and connect it up. We'll say random sound event dot wait time is randef range from like 2 seconds to 20 seconds or something. And we'll probably mess with that value. And right now it's just going to be the metal knocking sound, but we'll change that out. Actually, let's increase that value maybe up to 60. 1 minute. And then we'll choose randomly like what sound actually gets played and stuff. And it might not be pure random. We might have some sounds require others and stuff, but we'll see. Make sure this is set to auto start. And let's try it out. The ambience is not set to auto start or auto play. Okay, so it starts at 2 seconds. We're gonna make it so it's random what time it actually starts knocking at, but but yeah, that's pretty epic. I think that'll really add a lot. Just all those little sounds of stuff happening and not really knowing what they're from or what they are. Gonna work on making those buttons have sounds and stuff. Sound is so important for horror. That's kind of why I want to start diving into it a little bit early. Here, I'll turn the desktop audio back up. We're gonna knock the ambience down a bunch. Because they're gonna be integral to the game. Crazy, I know. But yeah. So let's go get a funny button sound. I do love this sound. It's so it's such a low quality sound. But I think that's why it's so interesting. It's very it's a weird sound. I feel like it fits right in with the environment. So I want to use that somewhere. So that's probably really loud. I apologize. Let me snooze that out again. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Whatever. Fan sound is a game changer. Even little things like having footsteps in a prototype or not. Yeah, it really makes things feel more complete for sure. That's kind of a nice sound. Maybe that one. That's not really fantasy button. I kind of like that one too. There's a lot of good sounds. It's a soft button. It's like a digital button. What's this one? No. Terrible. No. 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 That's not a button sound. That's someone screaming. Yeah, all these buttons and stuff are gonna have to be modified. That's the metal knocking. Oh, excuse me. God. That button is nice for a more important button, so we'll do that. But then the other one's nice for just like something you're going to be clicking a lot. And yeah, I'll likely edit these sounds and make them cleaner. It's fine for now. Let's rename some of these because their names are stupid. Metal knocking. This one is our power ambience. This one is important button click. And that one's button click. All right. And then these should be already fine. The metal knocking. Yeah. So now, let's go modify our button class. Our button 3D. Which I need to rename this from move button. Let's call this button 3D. Just uploaded a Pixar guide to the Discord and realized I need to fix the outline. Oh man, the classic, yeah. Well, let me see what's on here. I gotta be careful. Okay. Let's check out your guy. Whoa. Jump scare. Greg, let's go. Nice. Let's see, what's your issue? Are you talking about like these corners here? Yeah, that's a pretty minor issue. Yeah, pixel art is very, like, at least for me, very iterative, where, like, I just throw something down and I'm constantly making little tweaks to it. It's how all the stuff in Starground is made, you know? But yeah, it's cool, though. It's looking good. So this is going to be an audio stream player 3D that we're going to create. .new. And we're going to add audio. This little prototype guy, yeah. And we're going to say press.connect to audio.play. We're also going to say audio.stream is equal to load button click. Don't know what's going to happen here. Might break, might be stupid, but let's see. I kind of want the audio from the buttons to actually be three-dimensional. So, oops, Steam. This is not a Steam game yet. There he is, knocking away. But yeah, that's nice. It's such a minor thing, but it just adds a lot of life to the game, you know? Audio is way more important than you think. I'll probably also go ahead and make it so the audio is randomized too on that. So we'll say whenever it's played here, we'll go ahead and just do this. Press.connect function audio.pitch scale is equal to randef range. Like that. I have to restart the game though. I might have a couple different sounds that I modulate or add a little bit of different sound to it. Guy loves knocking over there. I need like a lever sound for this now. He's knocking a lot. Yeah, I definitely have to decrease the sound of the random audio events. I want it to be definitely more, you know, what's the word? More of an occasional event, not like a constant thing, of course. Something too that I want to add to this environment or get started on is a more like things that you have to maintain. Also, we have ads. My apologies. Yeah, that guy is a little knocky guy. So one mechanic that I want to do, kind of like how it is in FNAF, is like dealing with your power. I don't know if it would necessarily be exactly like FNAF where you have like a limited amount of power in your elevator, but at least just something that you have to maintain with a generator over here, otherwise your tablet or your computer thing gets shut off. Those other little sounds are not intentional, but they're epic, and I'm glad that they're there. So let's go ahead and model a generator. I think it's time. There's got to be some way you're getting power in this place. Keeps knocking. And I want to look for a couple different designs here. I do like these kinds of generators where it's like very square. Because I don't know, it gives me more of a, I can't go to Solar Sky, no. Soviet generator. See, this is why you gotta have a lot of random sounds that play, otherwise it just starts becoming funny and not scary. So it's interesting though, like, even though I know that it's not real, in a way it's almost like in my head I've created a person that is knocking. You know what I mean? I think that's the interesting thing about horror. I'll wait to talk about this until the ads are over. Hold on. What even is this? That's not a generator. Something like this could be cool. Or like this, just a little small generator kind of thing. Like this guy. I think that could work. We'll probably simplify it though for gameplay reasons. Alright, so first thing that we're going to need here is, let's make it smaller, because 2 meters is enormous. It's going to have a fuel tank on top. So to do that, we're just going to start with a cube. Alright, ads are over, everybody. I do apologize about that. This can be our fuel tank. Something like that. We're going to round all of the edges. This dude keeps knocking. I have to have a word with him. Actually, let's do these ones more. So that's like an oval. Like this. Then we can go through and do those ones a little bit. But only a little bit. I do want to make sure I don't go too crazy with... Okay. Buddy. That's enough. I'll turn the desktop audio back up. I do want to make sure I don't go too overboard with the, like, geometry of this stuff, obviously. But, you know, this is a modern hardware. It'll be okay. I mean, the geometry I'm doing here really isn't that crazy. Should be okay. And I'm usually trying to optimize wherever I can, so I think it's fine. What is going on? That's one face? Okay, so the thing I was going to mention before the ad started was that I think something that's... I thought I turned you off. Okay, interesting. I think it's something that's really interesting about horror, or like about being scared and stuff, is like the scariest thing, honestly, is your imagination more than anything else, right? I think that's always like the thing I see with horror games sometimes is they like show too much, right? But I definitely don't want to fall down that trap with this game. I think that's one of the reasons why the like rover camera thing works, is because you can only see like a limited amount of stuff at a given time. So your mind has to fill in all the gaps, which I think is scary. Okay, why can't I fill anything? This is getting quite annoying. Let's do this and then say face fill. There we go. Did that work, or is it just... No, it's okay. Yeah, let's just make the face there. And now boom. And boom. Fill. Okay. I wish I was like super epic at modeling. I'm not. So now we are going to extrude along normals. What on earth? Okay. I see an issue. I see... Okay, I see what's happening here. Okay, let's recalculate normals. See if that does it. Oh, is there like multiple faces in one? That's really annoying. Doesn't seem like there is. I think we're okay. Okay, this is gonna be way less than that. Just like that. That's all I wanted. We'll have a little gas cap on top so that you have to keep fueling it with gas. And that's also something that kind of ties into our resource management aspect of the game, is that you're going to actually have to get gas, right? It's not just going to be infinite. So I think that's something that's cool versus like a game like FNAF, where it's not that you're just stuck with what you start with. Like, it actually becomes a conscious decision of, like, you know, what are you gathering with your rovers out in the world? Doop. Now set it to that. Check it out. We got a little gas cap. Okay, so that's our gas tank. Pretty easy. So to figure out how all the shading and stuff is gonna make sense with this stuff, but yeah. I mean, auto smooth makes sense. It's just that the angle's too much or whatever. There we go. Right there is good. And that's going to be hooked up to all the machinery down here. See, I do kind of like the vibe of this generator over here. I might give this a couple like vertical lines, but it's too much work. It's okay. Something with making these as blend files, it's super easy to go back and change the models, so I'm not going to worry so much about getting it absolutely perfect right now. It's just like drawing pixel art, where it's like, get it like 90% of the way there, and then we can worry about refinements later. Okay, so let's just merge those two, or actually I can't, because I'm probably going to need to access the lid separately. Let's make this box a little thinner. We'll probably also have all this on like one side. Have some bars that come over with wheels. So let's, we don't need so many polys. Yeah, I'm not necessarily making a low poly game here, but I don't want it to run bad, so I don't want to make a Garden of Banban. I don't know which side is going to be which. Doesn't really matter. I'll put it over here because I feel like it. Alrighty. So we're going to get some curves out here. The mirror modifier. So those are the wheels. And then what that means is it's going to have like some... So let's get the curves. I wish there was just like a straight curve so I don't have to go in here and manually fix it. Also, why is this hole just wrong? Okay. There we go. See, and this one is still whack. They don't have to be perfect, but at least most of the way there. All right. So this is going to start over here. We'll give it some thickness. So I think this is just going to go over like this. Bring that back. Which, actually, let's do this. Something kind of like that. Shift those down, maybe right there. And actually keep that probably where it's at. Bring that down a little bit. And then this is going to have like 2 feet over there at that edge. So just bring it in like that. These wheels will be on the outside like that. I'll probably actually make these... Oh. Whoops. Let's move it over here. Yeah, definitely make these wheels thinner. Okay. And then down in here is going to be the motor and all that stuff. So I do actually like how this is looking, where it's got like a... It's got a cylinder in the center. It's like some kind of like machinery down there. That's going to have a bar in there, so... Let's go ahead and set that count way lower. Just really small. Just like so. And that'll be somewhere around there. All right, so back to this. We're gonna have a couple things here. So this might have like handles here because it's meant to be like a mobile generator cart. So we'll see what we want to do exactly with that. Probably give this a cube right here. Bop. Let's see, I might actually bring that out a little bit. Bring the top just down below. We will extend those out. Then we'll have some brackets that go up and meet up with the stuff up there. Have that connect up there. And then all of this stuff back in there. Probably have another cube. This isn't meant to be a super realistic engine or anything, but it doesn't need to be. And then, yeah, this is going to be handles on the edges, and then we do need another beam over here. So right there. These will go out just a little bit more. I guess we can just leave it there, and the rest will be an actual handle. And that is where we throw the handle in. Like so. Shrink it. And that is it. Now set origin. Mirror it. Boom. So you can start to see how this is like a cart kind of thing. And then what we're going to do is actually just take these. Going to rotate along this axis. And these will act as like little feet in the front. So they have to extend down to there. Yeah, this isn't too bad. The only thing I'd probably say in here is maybe shrink this stuff up a little bit. So let's do that. Let's push that back, and then these need to all move to the left. Like that. Yeah, that's not bad. And now it's just a kind of a matter of going through and adding in all the little gizmos and stuff. So I want to give this a flange over here. So we will go ahead and do this. Select that. Okay. We wanted to add our little like brackets over here. So those will actually just be planes. No need to add extra geometry when it isn't needed. Oh, wish I knew Blender keybinds. There we go. That'll do. Alright, just something like that, like a little bracket that holds on to the bar or whatever. We could maybe even change it up a little bit where we do like loop cut there. Bring that in or something. Let's see. So it's like a half bracket. Doesn't look too bad. Set origin, give it another mirror. Boom. All right, this generator is definitely coming along. I think something that we definitely need is like a fuel line that ties up in everything, and maybe some kind of little filter device. Oops, I forgot. Okay, let's not do that mode. This will be like a little filter thing that sits at the back here. Set Y to 0. Something like that. And then tubes and wires. That is the secret to this. And we'll have some kind of spot where it like basically connects up to the power. Imagine that this is going to be pointed like this side is away from the cart that we're on. So let's see how I feel about this. Yeah, I like that. We'll probably give it some kind of little panel in here. Maybe in the future that could actually be something. But I'm not going to mess with that for now. Alright, now it's just a matter of adding in some funny little curves. So I'm just going to duplicate this one because it's cool. So we want to have a line that kind of comes in from the side of the fuel tank. So I think what we're going to do is this. It'll come in from the fuel tank right down there. And we're going to be pretty like loose with how we position these because that's kind of how tubes are in the real world. Let's see, we need to have another one that goes through, it looks like. Thank you for the speen. Spencer, how's it going? Welcome in. Let's see, rotate this up. Boom. So that's going to go in there like that. This tube is not going to be nearly as thick, so we're going to... Or it's more like a fuel line. Whatever it is, I don't know. I don't really know what any of these things are. It's kind of just gizmos and gadgets, so... I think we definitely do need another one, though, on the other side. Just that it goes somewhere. Maybe this one just kind of leads back into here. Like, this is like the engine in here or whatever. This would be a little bit shorter. This is too funny. This is too funny. Hey, Nameshift, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? Yeah, what's going on? What are we up to today on your stream? I gotta turn my fan on, hold on. Alexa, fan on. Mustache is impeccable. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Big stream, big game dev progress. Awesome. Always good to hear. Yeah, we're just working on a little prototype of a game that I'm messing around with. This is like a generator. The idea of the game is it's kind of a little bit like FNAF in a way. I can boot it up and show you guys. It's extremely early in development, so it's like not anything right now, but let's say this is generator. Yeah, it is in 3D. Usually I'm doing 2D stuff, but I want to get better at 3D, so hence the reason I'm experimenting with it. Yeah, we're still working on Starground. We are starting up a update for that game. It's like a new dungeoning planet. This is the room. That's a new planet called Caligo. So, yeah, that's being worked away at. We're just kind of spending today as a little bit of a break, if you will, messing around with this other game. So the game that we're working on here, this is I don't really have a name for it yet. I just call it Maze Game right now. But the idea of it is that you're in this elevator, and you have rovers that you send out into these tunnels. And you're controlling them all from this little computer. I can boot it up and show you guys what that's all about. I just created a generator model. The blinding light of a million suns. Okay. It's definitely too big, but it's no big deal. Shrink it. But yeah, it's a little bit like FNAF in a sense, where you have to like watch out for entities and stuff trying to come into your room. So that's one aspect of it. The sort of other side to it is the like resource scavenging and management. So really your goal sending out the rovers is to bring back resources to survive longer. So that's kind of the setup. I'm just gonna squeeze this in the corner here. Yeah, it's super early in development still. I'm really just kind of getting the basic like starting environment and base mechanics implemented, so we've still got quite a ways to go to actually make this a real playable game. But yeah, the allure of new project is truly irresistible. I know. It's rough. I don't know where our generator went. I put it here. Oh, it's attached to the camera. That's stupid. Okay. But yeah, I'm just like working on a couple little random prototypes. Because Starground's getting closer to being finished, so I just want to have some ideas that I can explore after. Ignore the knocking, that's gonna be changed. So the idea of this is that you're in this elevator. There's a hole here where your rovers go through. We're gonna get working on like generator mechanics so that like it can turn on and you have power and stuff. So this is your like control panel for your rover. We're still working on it. It's very early on, but it's gonna have a little screen here that kind of updates a live feed of what your rover is seeing. So then you pull the lever and it takes a new image. I gotta quiet that knocking. Yeah, let's decrease the knocking or increase the knocking time like 20 to like 120. So you can choose the direction of your rover and hit move. This is going to be a little audio spectrogram of what the rover is actually hearing. So there's going to be a big focus of this game on listening versus seeing, which I think is way more scary in my opinion, because anything that can make you have to imagine the monster instead of what it actually is always going to be scarier, right? So definitely like audio focus is going to be a big thing. There will be some visuals, like you'll be able to maybe get like a blurry snapshot of the monster quickly moving across, or entity, whatever it is. But I never want it to be like something that you just outright like see in full visibility. So, because I think it would kind of ruin the scary part of the game. Also, I want to raise this generator up, I feel like. I know physically it doesn't make sense in this space. Maybe we add like a little spacer underneath, but I think just gameplay-wise, having it higher up would look better. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I kind of like that a little more, I think. Yeah, we could lower it like a tad, but definitely higher up is probably the way. Yeah. I like that better. So yeah, we're just filling out the environment with all the gizmos and doodads, you know. This main console area is going to have like this. And then there's going to be like a terminal over here that you can communicate with people. We're thinking about doing some like voice dialogue and stuff like that, so... Might be tricky with translation, but we're going to have, you know, it's going to be printing out everything that's being said, so that can just be translated like normal. Yeah, it's getting there. One of the big inspirations for the style and stuff of this game is like Fallout 1 and 2, because I think it just looks epic. Not necessarily like a world inspiration, if that makes sense, but just the vibe of what everything looks like, I think is really cool. So that's the plan. I do need to figure out how I can squeeze this generator in here properly. I might just have to increase the size again. That knocking. Oh my goodness. I'm going to be swapping out the knocking with a bunch of different random sounds that can play. So yeah, I do need the generator to be a little bit bigger. I might have to move the cart or something. We'll see. But I need this to be able to fit in here and look right. I mean, that's really not like too bad. I just need to like change the... I don't know, maybe we just make it taller. Make it more of a vertical compact generator. Which we could easily do. Literally all that entails is just making the wheels lower, like this. And then we're done. Like the button fuckiness. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, audio does so much for horror, it's insane. It's so important. I'm definitely going to be focusing on audio stuff a lot with this game because it's just... in my opinion, it really makes or breaks a horror game. I mean, sure, visual stuff is scary, you know, seeing a guy staring at you or whatever, but I think it's definitely, audio has a much bigger impact, though, for me. You know, when I hear something scary, it's like, so much more threatening than just seeing it. I think seeing something, it kind of like, it goes from being this scary unknown thing to now being like a physical object that you understand. So I want to avoid showing any entities as much as possible. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. And now it doesn't look weird and floating down there, so I think that'll probably work for now. The whole thing with the generator is you're going to be able to, like, click and open up the cap and then pour stuff into it and stuff. But yeah. It's coming along. Just got to keep working on stuff. Oh, it's funny that I can access that button from here. Oh, it's because I forgot to do the, in the button here, I need to say, can interact. Oh, whoops, this is, delete that. Now make move button, extends. Doing 3D buttons and stuff like this has definitely required me to do, lots of custom classes and stuff, but that's good. I think it's fun. Oh yeah, that has to return bool. Can interact. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's test this out. Ooh. Yeah, now I can't click it unless I'm actually like focused in on this, so cool. These buttons are also probably going to light up a little bit and stuff for like which ones you're actually able to press. So that's something we're going to be working on. This hatch is going to be another element to the game that you have to pay attention to. Which is that there's guys that are going to be coming through here. You know, it opens up every once in a while, so you got to make sure it stays shut. It's just kind of like a little distraction thing. Just so that it kind of takes time, like just so it prevents you from just sitting here in your camera constantly like this and not going anywhere else. It's just like in FNAF where there's like other little distractions that you have to pay attention to. Like for example, Foxy, like it prevents you from just staring at one animatronic. You have to click through and do other things. So that's really what the hatch is for. I definitely want something over to the right here also. I don't know what that's going to be yet. But we could do something. I think maybe like, I don't know, what would be good over there? Let's think about maybe some kind of air vent filtering thing that you have to manage. Almost like FNAF 3 a little bit. But we'll see. It would be epic to have a poster up here that you can tap on. Might also change the camera view of this perspective just a tad so that like you're almost looking slightly down at your tray. We'll see. There's that knocking. Whoa. Whoa. I have it set up so you can get to any other angle from any other angle. So like if you're down here, you can go to the right instead of having to go back up to the front and then to the right. I don't know if that's something I'll keep. We'll see. But yeah. Oh, that's something that'll have to be fixed. Because if I click on this from a different angle, it thinks that I'm probably in the wrong camera view. So we're going to have to take a look at that. It might actually be okay, but I have to make sure that doesn't get broken. Yeah, let's say in view controller, whenever it's false, we'll do that and set our direction back to forward. Otherwise, we're going to have issues. Okay. Cool. And we just got to keep working on stuff. We're going to add some kind of like gas tank that you have to pick up and empty out into the generator, probably. We need to add sounds to the hatch opening and closing. And we got to get working on the actual like rover exploration element of the game, right? Being able to send them out and see what they're seeing. I do have that like working. So if we fix it really quick in here, our controller, we can reconnect our rover. So wherever the rover is. Ooh, where is it? Generator. Oh, rover. There we go. I'm just dumb. So we attach active rover over here, and I'll show you guys what that actually looks like. Basically, it lets us pull that lever and view what the rover's seeing. So boom, and we can see exactly what the rover is seeing. And you can see we can keep like moving along this hallway. And see now it's looking back at the elevator environment, which it's not really supposed to do that. We're gonna change that. But yeah. I think you kind of get the idea though. And that's seeing underneath our, so we can go back twice and forward once, and you can see the environment, right? And we're gonna change it so that you don't actually move with the rover until you actually hit the move button. We're also gonna have a little radar display of what where the rover is and what it can see and everything. And that's really gonna help, I think, make navigation a little bit easier. So yeah. It's interesting how there's this like, artifact. I think that's from the lens. Okay, this guy is knocking too much. We gotta add in some other sounds I can play because I'm going crazy. Let's just find some cool sounds, you know? Like some random footsteps would be cool, I think. I'm gonna turn on desktop audio. Sorry for breaking everybody's ears. Like, I need like a couple. Let's look up like metal footstep. See, like something like that. All these ambient sounds should be very like hard to notice and also kind of long. Like, I don't want it to be a random loud sound, because that's not fun. But something like this, where it's just like all of a sudden you hear some random footsteps, I think would be cool. Running on metal. That'd be scary if that started playing randomly. I actually do really like that. So we'll do one of those. I think footsteps are always like a good thing. We could do like the... Yeah, scratching would be cool. That's gonna be like... metal scratch. Oh, yeah. Right, you're just like chilling and then you hear that sound. Something like scratching. It's like, what is that? And a lot of these sounds will be real. So that's something that I'll be working on. Old curtains. Whoa. Now let's just do the one we picked up here. This one. Yeah. Ah. Almost forgot. Okay. We gotta make sure that we're sorting by Creative Commons 0. Creative Commons 0 is basically public domain, so I don't have to worry about any licensing stuff, so... That one's really loud. That one's cool, but it's super long. Let's, can I sort by length? Can I set like a maximum time? No. Metal scraping. That's crazy. Can't even hear that one. That could work. That one's also kind of scary. Well, let's use that one too, why not? And something like that. It's all these little sounds work great because it's just like also these sounds will be layered up on top of each other too, so should be okay. Actually, I might have to do multiple different audio emitters for each sound that can play, otherwise I think it might just stop playing, but we'll see. So let's go ahead and create a list of random sounds that can play. We're gonna load all these into the sounds folder. We're going to separate it by effects and music or whatever, or just different things. So we got that one. Got unscrewing metal lid. Rumbling scrapes and scratches. Point on desk. Footsteps. I think that's everything. So this will be coin scratch. Slow scratch. Yeah, we'll be doing some random music for important moments and stuff, I think would be cool. Or do you mean just like scary random music, like in FNAF? And this is footsteps. Metal lid. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Wait, that's also footsteps. Oh, this was the one I think that was not, Doors has that too? Yeah, okay. I'm actually going to break this up in a couple more folders. This is going to be ambience. Yeah, in Minecraft. That's true. Cave noise. Coin scratch. We got footsteps. We got metal knocking. We got metal lid. And then we got slow scratch. So that already gives us a lot more sounds to work with. I think it'll help make this a little more interesting. So now what we're going to say down here is metalknock.stream is our random sounds.pickrandom, believe it or not. So let's see what happens now. Yeah, we could try and find some like music, or I could create some. Oh. What do you non-existent function load in WAV? What do you mean? Cannot load a WAV? How am I supposed to load in a WAV? Do I have to do audio stream WAV? I've never had that issue with Starground. Is there something? Am I being stupid right now? Godot load WAV. But I actually have to create a new audio stream WAV for that. This seems ridiculous. Hold on. Let's go look at Starground. I swear I've loaded a WAV before. Right? Yeah, of course I have. So why is this not working then? It's not that the sounds don't exist. Oh. Do I need to reload the project? What? Is this some kind of project setting, like WAV? No. Do I just have to do that on ready? Let's also do that and reload the project. I don't know what's going on. It's a little funny. I've definitely loaded WAVs before. I've done it a billion times in Starground, so I don't know why it would be not working. Seems kind of strange. Let's try it again. What? Does that come from the banana guy? Yeah. Jump. It's pretty epic. Oh, is it just the wrong file type? Is that what's happening? Let's take a look. I mean, it should be okay. Import as Microsoft WAV. They're all imported as the same thing. This is quite puzzling, guys. There must be a sound in here that's like broken or something, or that needs to be reformatted. Let me I guess just start commenting them out and see. This does vex me. I'm confused. So it's not that one. Here, let's start doing process of elimination. Let's see if coin scratch is okay. Or reverse process of elimination, whatever. So coin scratch is fine. Yeah, I think there's some kind of issue with the type. Resource file not found. Expected type. Oh, that's because I moved where the position of that was. Whoopsies. That's not the issue, though. So odd. One of these in here must be stupid. That one's fine. What about metal knocking? Is that one okay? Oh, it's gonna die. Awesome. Okay, now that can't find world. Super cool. I love when everything just like spontaneously falls apart because you messed up one line of code. See, now world can't be found and it's just it's all falling apart. But you can't get world because world doesn't have that and I can't save world. Okay. I think we're fine. Oh my god. If you want to check out 6.6 and some systems I implemented, made in Unity, everything from scratch besides Mirror for networking, some assets, of course. Awesome. I'll check that out in 1 second. I'm just going to test these audio streams really quick, and then we can watch that. Okay, I swear to God, if like it's fine now and everything loads, I'm going to be just completely confused. Okay. I don't know what happened. They're all playing now. It's a dot instead of comma. I guess. But it didn't throw an error. Okay, well I guess I'm stupid. It's fine. Here, let's knock down the volume of this, like -5. And I'm also going to make it play in random positions too. So like some might be over there. There might be one that's like behind you. It'd be cool if there was one that's like breathing. So it can't find load and the name for the load WAV instance. Oh, okay. Oh, because I was doing dot load technically. Yeah, that was stupid. Well, now we know. It's fine. All right, let's go watch your gameplay. Oh, okay. You got a chair. Awesome. You got balls. Ignore the sounds in the background. Yeah, looks like those are syncing pretty smoothly. Yo. Golfing. That's awesome. Let's go. Yeah, looks like it's syncing pretty well on both sides. Cool. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. That'll be cool once it's yeah, just keep working away at it. Do you have some reason for loading in a script? Just because it's honestly easier for me to copy and paste another resource in here instead of having to drag my file over. Also, something that I've found a lot with Godot is it loves to break all of your export variables. It's super funny. It's happened like a million times when we work on Starground, where I had all these things on export variables and then I save something and then they're all gone. It's not funny actually at all. So yeah, it's annoying. So usually I only do export variables if there's a really good reason to. Whoa. Somebody's walking. Don't have the vision right now. Maybe like a golf place playground. You can do mini games, buy furniture, invite friends. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, definitely like, yeah, it's going to be more of a matter of like messing around with things, and then that's always how it goes. I mean, eventually once you add enough systems in, you'll start to kind of realize the vision, the creative vision for the game that you want, so. Thanks for watching. I'll go to bed now. 2 a.m. in Germany and Lyric. Yeah, do it up. Thank you so much for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. And yeah, good luck with your project. It's looking good. You know, familiar with the program when you save every 0.7931 seconds? Yeah. I'm constantly hitting Control S. It'd be funny if like I had like a pop-up of every single time I hit Control S, it'd be like 1,000 times every stream at least. It's insane. Got it. I like using export. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing wrong with export. If that's your preferred way of doing it, then cool. I just sometimes don't want to use export. It can, at least for me, I feel like it's usually faster to just like write out the file I want to load. So, whoa. See a pop-up for a microsecond, yeah. Just boom, boom. I could probably get that set up with OBS. Let's see. Because there's like the whole hotkey thing. Because I could like say... Because there's all like the different sources and stuff down here. And like webcam, there's like... Yeah, the images and stuff. You know, it's like show and hide. How would I do it? I guess I could make like a little GIF play or something for a second. Oh, we got ads, by the way, everybody. My apologies. I'm going to decrease the volume of this even more. It really should be a very quiet background thing that you can't even really hear. Also, something I realized is that our power ambience is not looping. So let's fix that. So I have to say loop mode forward. Okay. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. So I realized that on our tablet, the lighting position is wrong. Where's the light? There it is. It's going to be centered around 0. All right, I say we go ahead and start like kind of getting the generator working. I think what I'm going to do is make the generator wobble a little bit when it's on, which should be pretty easy to do. I'm going to go ahead and create a static body 3D with the generator on there. Call it generator. Give it a collision shape. Really, the shape on here doesn't matter, though. I'll just do that for now. Right. And then process, what I want to do here is say var target rotation. Then in here, I'm going to say rotation.lerp to 1 times delta, or back to vector 3.0. Then every frame will say, I guess we'll lerp this toward target rotation. And then target rotation is equal to target rotation dot lerp to vector 3.0 1 times delta. I'm probably not going to make it do that every frame. Let's add a timer, 0.1 seconds or something. And whenever that goes, we're going to say vector 3. Let's just do 0, and just randf range -1 to 1. That's going to be insane, probably way too much, but let's see what it looks like. Also, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's terrible. We're going to change that. What's the axis we need to rotate it on? It's on the x-axis, although for some reason our origin point of the generator is abysmal. We got to do that, then reposition our generator. Now we can rotate it on the x-axis. Try that again. So obviously that's shaking way too much. Let's set this to 0.1. Let's also increase the time. Now, I think I might actually change how this all works. I don't think we'll have any kind of target rotation. We'll just say constantly lerp this back to vector 3.0, and then we're going to say rotation plus equals that. Let's see how that looks. Just so we have a little more fine-tuned control. Okay, so obviously that's like too much. That should be a little stronger there. Then let's increase the timer time here. He's still warbling way too much. Let's also make the range that it wobbles way less. There we go. I just wanted to have a slight wobble of like it's on and doing stuff. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. So let's go ahead and like make some kind of like, what's the word? Generator, is that a reference to Dead by Daylight? No way. It totally is, totally. I'm gonna have like some kind of internal meter for how full the generator is. So I'm gonna say var fuel is gonna be starting at 1. And then in process, we're gonna say if fuel is greater than 0, fuel minus equals 1 times delta. Else. And that's where we say var powered is true. But then if we get down to this spot, we're gonna say if powered is false. And likewise, turning the energy back on. So if not powered is true. And this is where we can like handle our things. So like light target over here, that can be changed and stuff. Or we can say down here if powered for actually dealing with our light stuff. So right here we just say if powered. Then we set it to that. Else light target will go to 0. So this should run out in like 1 second, literally. Let's just see what this looks like. So this will make the lights go out. Oh yeah. Hatch? That was no way. Can't believe I stole all this stuff from that game, dude. I'm also going to also make the ambient stop at that point too. So ambient stop. Then when the power goes back on, we'll say ambient stop play. And that also will decide if this happens. Is it gonna be a killer? Are you going to be a survivor? Oh man. I might have accidentally made Dead by Daylight again, guys. Oh shoot. Yeah, you escape. Oh my god, there's light sources. It's over, guys. Oh no, we added audio. Dead by Daylight has audio, guys. It's over. It's over. I really messed up. Okay, so I think this light is actually too good on the player. We're going to make it weaker. I think I want the angle to be a lot smaller. Something like that. Probably even less then. Like that, and probably drop the energy a little more. Yeah, I want it to be like almost impossible to see anything. So yeah, this works. Just don't add pallets. Okay, okay, that's our one saving grace, yeah. I'm also gonna set up the this object so that if our power is out, it now will shut off. Yeah, don't worry, I won't add Springtrap. So that dot What's the keyword? It's always different things. Enabled. No. Is there no, like, variable for turning it? Or I guess I can just make it dot visible is equal to owner dot powered. I'll probably swap out all that owner referencing to world, actually, which I actually already have. Why don't I do that? I forgot. Love if as you just implement stuff in prototype, when I add something, my mind just burns out by thinking, oh, what else? What other system could use this later, make it modular and so on? Yeah. It's definitely something I've like practiced a lot at, honestly, is the art of like not worrying so much. I focus on doing things very iteratively, where it's like I just throw stuff out, get it there, because honestly, going back and changing things isn't that big of a deal. It means that I can get things done so much faster, and honestly, I feel like it ends up being a better like product in the end anyways, because it's like I've explored more branches of things instead of worrying about getting it perfect the first go around. So it's always something I'm consciously thinking about. Because yeah, I mean, back when I was working on Pogo Rocket and stuff, the way that I would like develop was atrocious, because I would think about every little thing, and it was just that's why that game ended up taking like 2 years, you know. Not gonna make a good game if you make it one time very slowly. Exactly, yeah. It's all about like throwing all the darts at the board and you know, seeing what sticks. That's really what it is. I want to make this go black. I might need to make that a shader parameter here. Let's see what we can do here. Because it's also unshaded. So yeah, we can have a uniform in here that's like uniform bool on. And that'll be true by default. But now down here we say if on, else. And that's the funny syntax. Then we're just going to say albedo is vec4 0 0 0 0 or whatever. Okay, that has to be like that. Oops, and that has to be vec3. So if we switch this off, boom, it goes black, yeah. So that'll work. That'll be on by default. Yeah. Alrighty. So now over in here where everything turns off, I'm just going to go ahead and get it working first before I worry about performance. I'm going to say screen.material.set shader parameter on to global.world.powered. And that should be it. So now when the power turns off, our screen should also go black. And also with a light attached to it too. Invalid access to material. Set shader parameter. Let's see here. I can't access material. Oh, right. I keep forgetting that with 3D, you can't just say material. It has to be a get active material or whatever. Surface 0, maybe, or it's like get material override. I always forget that. Okay, let's try that again. We need experience to do things to do fast and loose. Yeah, it's just all about practice, really. Yeah, there we go. Screen turns off. Yeah, I mean, the only way I'm able to do this stuff so fast is I think a big part into my my experience working on Starground, right? Like I've been through the trials of creating a game and stuff, and kind of, I guess, how to design it. I think that's the biggest thing that I've really learned a lot about, is just the overall like structural way that I'm creating the game. So doing stuff like having like sort of like a global signal bus, and then also having like references to important objects like world. I mean, that's something I didn't do initially in Starground, which now I realize makes development so much easier. So yeah, no, this will just be broken and not do anything. So next up is to add a way to actually refuel our generator, because if the power just goes out and you die, then this would be FNAF. But this is not FNAF. Surface override and material are in different order in every function. Oh, yeah. Man. Just getting matte first. Alrighty. Let's see here. So I'm thinking about how I want to do the refueling. Everything in this game I want to be extremely diegetic. For anybody that doesn't know what that means, diegetic is just like things that are physically in the world instead of being like a separate, like, so for example, if we had like there's the anti-word to diegetic. What is it called again? I'll find the other word that means the opposite. But yeah, basically the definition is something that incurs non-diegetic, I guess. I thought there was another word that was like kind of like diegetic, but I guess I'm crazy. But yeah, it's like things inside of the world. But it's a pretty commonly used term in game design. But anyways, the whole point is that I want this game to be very diegetic, where like everything that you're doing is something in the world. I want to have zero UI. I don't want any kind of HUD over the player or anything like that, right? Like what you see is the game. There's no diegetic, yeah. Something, I don't know. Opposite word. I guess it's just non-diegetic. Oh well. Yeah, I want everything to be something you actually have to do, like hands-on. It's not just click a little button on my screen or whatever. It's like if we want to refuel this generator, it's not just press E to interact. Like I want the player to actually have to pick up the gas can and like pour it into the generator and stuff like that. Because I just think it makes it so much more immersive, especially for a horror game. Like I don't think UI is bad at all for like a game like Starground, where it's like you've got a bunch of information you have to get across. Absolutely nothing wrong with UI, and that's the way to do it. But with this, anything that breaks the player out of the world, I think is a bad thing. So I want everything to be here. And yeah, we have the pause menu. I might even change the pause menu to be a part of the terminal once we add that in. So we'll see. But yeah. I'll probably make it so you can't pause the game anyways. I mean, I feel like that kind of break the immersion. So anyways, my point with all that is I think what I want to do for refueling this is actually having to click the gas cap off. It'd be cool if like taking the gas cap off, if you like forget to put it back on, your generator loses fuel faster or something like that. It's just a fun little, like, you know, you gotta pay attention to things. And we'll probably just have a gas can down here or something. So yeah. So, we're gonna have to create a new inherited scene for this generator. I don't really want to do that, though. Let's call this generator model. And now back inside of our generator object. Okay, I guess I gotta drag in generator model. And I get rid of the old generator. And it's weird now for some reason. Okay, it's because, well, now we can actually do the rotation and stuff, right? Did I shrink the generator before? Oh yeah, I did. Is it safe to have a generator running in a little tiny bunker in? Probably not. But we could have some kind of air vent or something, or like a tube that extends out from the generator. Just so you don't die instantly from the carbon monoxide poisoning. So. You can have a lighter for short lighting, but if you keep the cap open, you explode. Yeah, stuff like that is always fun. That's also, when you think about it, part of why I think a game like Voices of the Void is really cool. Because all those little tiny details don't really mean much by themselves, but like when you stack them up, it becomes really interesting and immersive. And there's a lot of things like that in Voices of the Void, I feel like. Just little objects you find around, and like I haven't really seen a whole lot of the game, so I'm not pretending like I know everything about it or something, but just the short time watching Markiplier play an outdated version of the game. Like the ability to like finding all these secret things in the crates and then figuring out ways to open them up and stuff. It's just cool. I mean, there's no reason to have crates in the game, but I think it's just a fun little like side quest. Okay, I think that position's good there. We do also need to think about what's going over here. So, you know, if anybody has ideas, let me know. Something to keep in mind is that everything in here is going to be kind of like mobile. So it's like a mobile cart and generator that can be moved with the wheels, you know, so ignore that it's clipping out. Nobody will ever know. So something over here that's mobile. I don't know what yet, but we'll put something over there. Okay, so now that this is actually its own scene, we can grab that cap and actually move it around and stuff. So now I can go whomp. Yeah, motivational poster. I definitely do want to add a poster somewhere, just as a little funny thing. But yeah, I'm thinking over here gameplay, like with the generator power mechanic. If you guys have any ideas on like a new gameplay element, let me know. But yeah. Really, the sky's the limit right now. We can go any route we want to, so anywhere you can squeeze, yeah. FNAF mode. I would like to, we should add a little Starground plush in here that you can squeeze. That would be epic. Do I need a model Starground guy now? Probably. I would love to do that. I don't know how I'll do that. Probably with sculpting mainly. But let's at least get the basics. And I'll probably do some remeshing on this since it's going to be a sculpt. And we'll just do some spheres for the body right now. But we'll probably swap that out. Maybe we actually keep it as a ball. I think it's cuter that way. We'll make it almost like the Godot plush a little bit, where it's got like the ball appendages. And he's just kind of sitting down. Yeah, this will be cool. This will be funny. A toolbox unrolls with drawer where you can put stuff in, like a screwdriver, fixed generator, or something. Yeah, I've been thinking about stuff like that a little bit. I'm not quite sure what route I want to go down with, like, if we're gonna have like repairing and stuff. One thing that I do want to implement, although I don't think I'm gonna have it there though, is a way to modify your rovers. So a mechanic we're going to be looking into is like having different spectrums of light on your rovers. So maybe a rover has visible light spectrum, another one is UV, another one is infrared, stuff like that. So you're going to have probably 2 or maybe 3 rovers, and a big part of the game is going to be specializing those rovers to detect different threats. And I think that'll be interesting. And it's going to be like a, you know, whole trade-off thing of like, well, you could make your rover bigger and carry more weight, but then at the same time, it's going to be slower and use more power and stuff like that. You could use some fancy cameras or have multiple and see all the different spectrums, but then that uses a bunch of power. So there's going to be all those little like pros and cons like that. I think it'll make it pretty interesting. Where's the remesh settings? I'm looking for that. There it is. Dino Topo. And then I think the one that I usually do is just constant detail. Yeah, see now I can just like, let's actually increase that detail more though. I think, do we want to up it? Yeah, let's go up more. This will be a relatively high poly count, but we're gonna remesh it later. All right, so we want to smooth it now. Wherever that is. There it is. What on earth? Oh, there we go. Just flood filled the whole thing. This is going to be a plush, so it's going to be kind of like rounded, you know? Also, those are not merging. We can get them to merge, though. I think now if I smooth it out, it'll be... No, it's not connecting to meshes. I don't know why, but I guess it's okay. Shape the body and everything. I kind of want him to be a little lopsided also, so we'll go back into object mode. Just kind of tilting over a little bit. It's really stupid, but I think it's funny. Honestly, I think I'm going to undo the sculpt that we just did. I don't think it's really doing what I want. I know what I actually want. And we don't need to use sculpt mode for this. So back to object mode. We're going to rotate them down again. Yeah, maybe a tool cabinet on wheels with all the different parts in it. Sometimes like a small earthquake happens because of the monster and it scatters your parts. Yeah. Could be interesting. I mean, I'm probably going to make the rover editing something that happens, like, not in-game, or, like, not during a round or whatever, because I think it'd be extremely stressful. Maybe a little too stressful if you're having to, like, deal with enemies while you're trying to edit your rovers. So, it'll probably be, like, a in-between levels kind of thing. Whoa. Maybe I do need to remap it. Ooh. Let's up the size to like 2. The head is screwed. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, let's go into sculpt mode and go ahead and just do the retopo. Because it is a mess right now. Oh no, what have I done? I messed up. I messed up bad, guys. What I did is I retopoed, gave it a bunch of geometry, and now I went back into object mode with subdivision on. Oh. Let's just get rid of the subdivision now. Alright. Whoa! What happened here? I just want to do this. I want to make him like, you know, like he's made out of cloth. Maybe we'll go ahead and just do that and then smooth him out. Ah, but see, he's got like issues now. Let's go into sculpt mode. Oh, does this just stay like this? I guess so. See, what is going on? I need retopo. Oh, remesh is what I'm thinking of, isn't it? No. I don't know. I don't really know anymore. I'm pretty sure it was Dino Topo. Whoa. There we go. So it could just fix itself. I need to smooth out his head. And same with his body and all that business. I'm just going to do this so we can get a nice big smoothing happening here. There we go. Now we can go back into object mode and we have our modifier and it looks good. And we can shade smooth. There we go. It's still a little bit too like big though, the displacement. Or not big enough, I guess, really, is the issue. I kind of like the minus a little bit, actually. How can I make the texture even larger? I don't know if I can. Could I just shrink him and then apply his scale? Oh yeah, there we go. Whoa, we got messed up. Yeah, let's just keep scrolling the texture until we find the spot we want. Global. Now I can just move him until he's good. I think I like that. So let's go ahead and just apply that modifier now. And now we just connect up his arms with little lines, and then I think we're good. Then it's just a matter of painting his texture. This poor thing see more than the player, yeah. Let's do a remesh. Not a remesh, probably just a decimate. Just so we don't have a million vertices here. Thank you for the cheese time. What's up, Season? How's it going? Yeah, that's going to be much better for vertice count. Let's go ahead and actually apply that decimate. Yeah, that's a nice clean mesh. So let's go ahead and do... Whoa! I won't be able to see what it is until way later. I think somebody subbed, but Twitch won't let me know who. So, gotta love it. I always find it so weird that the like notification of the sub happens way before it. There we go. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Now I'm really gonna watch from bed next meeting 5 hours. Sounds good. But thank you so much. I do really appreciate it. It's awesome. Yeah. Have a good rest of your night. Sorry for distracting you. But what is going on with this Bezier curve? I can't modify it. Something wrong? What is happening? Oh, god dang it. Proportional editing. Let's go and wait for Ace to wake up so I can stream Pokemans. Oh, okay, nice. Which game are you guys playing today? Yeah, I do apologize. Me and Ace stayed up forever watching Better Call Saul, so that's why he's not awake. Well, I think his sleep schedule is already messed up. There we go. He's a funny little guy. So I need to say object, convert to mesh, and now join those together. So now I need to figure out how to texture paint. No idea what I'm doing. I'm gonna look it up. Blender texture paint. So I presume that we go to the texture paint section. Okay. Create a new texture. Just 1,000. Oh yeah, we also have to do some UV unwrapping. UV, smart UV project, unwrap. So now can I draw colors in here? Paint hard. Doesn't seem to be working. Okay, I'm in texture paint mode. Missing materials. It's because it doesn't have a material. Oh, that froze everything. Missing textures or linked detected. Here, there's a Reddit post here I'm trying to look at. Click new. Open. I created the texture over here. Yeah, I've never done texture painting. I don't really know how it works. Brush. I don't know. Yeah. It doesn't seem that that's... It just keeps saying missing textures. Oh, but I can paint here? Now all of a sudden? Okay. Very odd. Maybe the issue is that, first off, I'm not a material view. Let's, go ahead and give... Let's modify our material. Just back to layout, go to shader editor. And now add our image texture of Untitled and put that in as our color. And now if we go back to texture paint, is that... Oh, there we go. Now we can paint. Okay, so first off, Starground guy is white. This will be cool. I've never done texture painting. I don't know, haven't ever needed to. I have to get all the little bits everywhere. Why don't I just paint everything in white over here? Now I have to figure out which parts of his geometry are which. So we're gonna do like one that's sort of gray, maybe a little bluish for his feet. I gotta be careful I don't accidentally paint other things. Okay, so we know that these are his feet. So we can just go in and paint those. Here, let's do a hard painting. Oh, fill? No, that's just... okay. Okay, I see. Well, these are probably all his foot. Nope, they aren't. Let's do a drop there so I can tell where it is. One back there. See, they're all in weird spots. I don't know. The organization here is pretty terrible. I guess really I shouldn't worry so much about where it is over in the image over there. Just actually paint it on the mesh and then worry about it later. Like this. But it seems I know you can select individual parts. Okay. Can I do like fill on a specific part of the mesh? Doesn't look like I can. It just fills all the geometry. I wish there was a way to do that though. Like hold Alt, hold Control. Okay, so Control's my alternate color. Mask, clone, smear, blur, brush. Oh well, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's pretty easy to paint. And how do I erase? Or I guess there is no erasing. I just have to paint it white again. Yeah, I wish there was a way I could just like select the whole section of geometry and just do it, but oh well. It's probably like the worst weight painting or texture painting of all time. Ah. Have to add seams in edit mode? Okay. Well, maybe I should do that. You think it's L to select those parts? Okay. So, how do I do seams? Do I just do this, say select by linked? And then what? Because these are different, these are separate objects. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I would have to do seams if they're the same, but... do I just separate out all the objects? To paint mode and press 1? Okay. 1. What did that do? Oh. It's like selecting a mask. Oh, there we go. Now I can just choose the individual objects. Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, so before I do that then, I'll go ahead and fix everything. Let's just set it all back to white. So Dark Square, welcome in. How's it going? So now I can go to mask mode, hit L on only the ones I want to draw on. There we go, look at that. Now I want this to be a little blue tinted, not that much. Like that. And then down here, if I... okay, no, so that doesn't get masked, but it's fine. Oh, right, I could just bucket fill. There we go. It's so much easier. Oh, did I accidentally mask that? I think I did. Whatever, doesn't matter. I can fix that pretty easily. Good, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. We are texture painting right now. Something I've never actually done before, so it's all pretty new. But it's interesting. I'm just trying to learn how it all works. There's a couple little weird mistakes. It's like it didn't fully do it right. Let's go back into 1. 1. Then I think I've just selected everything. How do I unselect? Oh, okay. So it's an issue with the UV. Yeah, let's just go ahead and redo the UV. So smart UV project. And then I think I can set the, island margin to like 0.1 or something. I've done this before. I think you do like, it only needs to be a tiny amount. There we go. Yeah, so now they all stay separate. Although I'm going to do that one more time. We're going to do actually a little less. 0.005. And that seems to be plenty. All right, so now let's go ahead and redo the texture painting. So let's paint all of this back to white. I love it when it's not actually white. That's so cool. Here, let's just do this. All right, let's start from scratch. So we're going to hit 1. We're going to hit 1. Is there a way to unselect the geometry that we selected? It's hard to tell what I'm even selecting. Okay, there we go. That works. And then, so we have those two selected. Let's go ahead and draw now. There we go. Oh, wait, I forgot again. Fill. Okay. So those are filled. Now let's hit 1 again. We will... It's Alt A. Let's see. Control A. Ah! Control A. Alt A. There we go. Yeah, that gets rid of it. Thank you for the Spiano chic. So now we're going to select the body. And we're going to choose an orange color. And it'll be pretty bright. Not saturated enough. A little too orange. Right about there. I keep forgetting I can fill. Alrighty. So we can also do that on the legs. So let's see, we're in 1. Alt A. Select the legs. I'm actually going to do black for the legs. Now I fill in the legs like that. So Alt A. And now what I'm going to do is fill in like the straps and stuff for the body. Oops. Oh, God. And yeah, it is a Starground plush. I'm going to add it into the game for fun because I think it's epic. I don't have that color I used before on hand, so we're just gonna have to guess. Oh, right. I don't even know. I guess it would just end there. It's tricky because he's like a ball. I checked Discord recently. I'll check that in just a minute. Let's just forget those straps, probably. It just looks odd. We'll just have the main one down the center. And maybe I'll do like a little thin line of black. Oh, you can really see the edges of that, huh? No, let's just do the gray strap. The texture painting here is going to be really simple. It's just like... Here, next up is the head. L in the head. I keep hitting B. Don't hit B. There we go. Also, this brush is a little bit too hard. I guess we'll use like Paint Soft or something. So Starground guy. Let's draw the mouth first. No, the Paint Soft looks bad. We'll just do Paint Hard. Something like that. And we can kind of shape the mouth and all that. Let's see. Let's do a little bit thinner. I think that looks okay. He technically doesn't have a backpack, but it's fine. Okay, so now we can actually make a real shader out of this, because that's our albedo texture, but we can still apply like other things on top of that. So let's check out Discord. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Update pings. New game prototype. Whoa. I was going to ask about this. I was wondering if you're still working on it and stuff, so that's awesome. Boy, yeah. What is this, W place? This is like our place. Whoa! Let's go, dude. Starground guy. Awesome. So what is this? This is just like oh, it's like the whole world, but it's like a drawing place. That's cool. What is in Colorado? Yeah, this is really cool, actually. This is a vibe. Yo. This is kind of more epic than like a confined canvas, I feel like sometimes, because it's like there's like hot spots around cities and stuff. The game is not exactly what I think. Okay. Oh, it all like loads in. I wonder how much of this is like bots drawing this stuff though, you know? Oh, it takes a long time to load. Yeah, this is really cool. There's so much like Undertale and Deltarune stuff. It's everywhere. Maybe Colorado is just a very Deltarune kind of place. What about just like out in the middle of nowhere? Like, is there anything out here? Probably not. Oh, did I see stuff? Man, people are painting everywhere. It's interesting. Yeah, digital graffiti, basically. What about this little island down here? I'm sure there's something here. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Yeah, whoa. Oi, 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 oi. There's so much Deltarune and Undertale. Man. This is a link that she just sent me. It's called W Place. So it's pretty cool. It's just like the map of the world, and you draw stuff on it. And there's a little Starground guy here now. That Oshik drew, I presume, which is epic. It's interesting how there's not a lot of... I mean, there still is plenty of Undertale in here, isn't there? It's everywhere. What's the deal? I don't know why. PHP. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Our place, but better. Anyways, let's finish the little Starground guy really quick. So let's just modify his texture now. It should be pretty easy. Now we can go back to the regular view. Go into texture view. So now this is his albedo map. And we can modify the roughness and everything like that so he can be glass like this. Obviously it won't be that. But I want to give him like a fuzz texture. So we just want to get some like noise. And I'm going to map that in as a normal map. Let's see, I want to input... No. Can never remember which one I'm supposed to use. Is it this one? I think so. We can also get a color ramp. And now we can bake this noise, or like it'll be a part of this normal in here. Well, I'm not seeing it, so I don't know like what I'm doing wrong. I never remember how to do the normals properly. I don't know. Maybe I have to be in shader view for it to make sense. No. I don't know. Or is it like you can't see normals or something in Eevee? Let's make sure that's not the case. I saw something change. What is the normal I'm supposed to use? Normal map? That might be it. There we go. So you can put this in as the normal. You can modify the scale and stuff. And this will make him kind of look hairy. Probably. Although this looks pretty terrible. He just looks dirty. That's actually kind of a vibe. I imagine we want him to look pretty beat up and dirty and gross. So. We probably will actually mix in a noise texture here. And do like a mix node. Or actually, I guess what we want to do is like an add. Or no, that's what we want to do. We want to do a color ramp or a noise texture. We put the color into there, but then also the color is the factor. Or I guess that's what factor is here. So now wherever this noise texture is, will be taking priority of the color, I believe. Now we can give this a color ramp right there. Then we can do this. For some reason, it's gotten rid of all the color. I think it's because this is a regular mix node instead of a like shader mix or color mix node. That's what I meant to do. There we go. So now we should be able to tweak this. Although it doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, blending mode mix. There we go, finally. So see, we can give them like some dirt, you know? Also, this factor should not be there. It should be this one. Now we'll swap the white out for like a dingy brown. Oh, and I guess we have to change... So factor has to be our alpha, I believe. And then we set this black to just be transparent, like that. There we go. Now he can be covered in dirt. Whoa. Yeah, no, I mean, it's... We'll keep adjusting this. It's not just going to be like that. I just want him to look, like, kind of dingy. Not all colorful. Yeah, it's just completely caked on. So what we can do for that is, like, do this, and then we can sprinkle in a couple of other, right, pick, like, a in-between value. Just to get the overall dinginess. And then we can have, like, this over here that's kind of like a peak value. I'm trying to think how this would work. Yeah, kind of like this. Then you have bits like that. Looks like he's made out of stone. He's like gold ore. Then that can be whatever color we want, which will probably be a very dark, like, black almost. It wouldn't be too bad. He is burning, yeah. And we can modify the scale and stuff over here. So it's not quite as, connection terminated. And we can mess with the roughness value. Probably keep that pretty high. I think something like that is what I'd want to do. And we could also go in and texture paint like dirt and stuff in the crevices if we want, but that's kind of a lot of work. Yeah, yeah. But for what of you, the darkest pedophiles hoping to swallow you whole. FNAF. Five Nights at Freddy's. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So we got ads coming up in just a second. My apologies, guys. Yeah, he won't be shiny at all, so it's just going to be like that. And we can mess with all like the specular lighting and stuff. Specular probably... I don't think that stuff will actually matter in engine, but yeah. I would like to give him like sort of a... maybe mixed roughness. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. If we do something like this, we can also control like... and then add a color ramp so it doesn't look stupid. This lets us kind of like have like splotches of like shininess and not shiny. So we could do something like that. But we can lower this white value to whatever we want. Okay, so white is shiny. Or black is shiny. So like we have that, but then we lower this down or put it more toward white. So that's just like a little bit different. And this doesn't necessarily have to be like a shininess. This could just be roughness. Or that's what roughness is, never mind. I think it gives them like a little bit of a more... looks wet. Yeah. And we can lower this down so the transition's a little smoother and make it more white. This is a very subtle lighting effect, because when we go into cycles, I think it'll work. All right, so now what we have to do to actually get this in game. First off, we save it. That's going to give us the mesh. Wait for everything to load, so we get Starground plush. Ah! I love accidentally including a camera. And then we're gonna have to import those materials for his texture. Because right now he's just white. Let's go ahead and shrink him down. Oh. Let's move him back to 0, 0. He should be pretty tiny. Let's see what that looks like. Should update. Oh, I didn't save it. There we go. I might just have him like sitting up on the pipe over here or something. We'll see what we want to do. Just right there. Now we can go into... We're going to make a new inherited scene. Starground plush. And apparently his whole body is Bezier curve. That's fine. So now let's go ahead and bake out our albedo textures. So the way that we do that is we have to go into our material, create a new empty... Or no, we already have it. I forget. We just go into our UV editing, our texture painting. This is our albedo. So we're just going to say image, save as. This will be up in like textures. Save this as flush. Normal. So now we just pass that in for our albedo texture. And there he is. Although, I guess the issue is we want to bake on the brown, so we do actually have to rebake it, but it's not a big deal. So to do that, we just go to Object. We want to create a new texture that we're going to be baking to. Just a image texture here. And we'll make this one like final, whatever, just call it that. New image. So we click on that, go over here, and then we say on the bake tab, we're just going to do a diffuse bake. We hit bake, and now that's going to start baking. So it's been saved. Now we can go to, like we need an image viewer down here. Image editor. And this is our final albedo texture. I don't know why it's so dark, though. Oh, that's why. We accidentally did direct and indirect lighting. Let's bake it again. It's over. I can follow again. Let's go. Yeah, sorry about the ads. Okay, now we can call this Starground Blush. Oops. Yeah, it's not the normal map. I don't know why I called it normal. I'm a little silly. Boom. He is very dark and dingy. But I think it's also because the environment here. Yeah, when we turn on the light. So yeah, I mean, we can import the roughness over, but I don't even know if we need to. I think I might just leave it like that. Oh, is that not the same? It's not. We need the actual one. Oh, he's way in the wall. And I might brighten up his texture a little bit. I think there's an easy way to do that. Because it is very dark. Sweet. I think what we can do for that is maybe mess with his color, then go to raw mode and like, whoa, he's glowing. Okay, we don't want to do that. Make him an emission. No. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Yeah, cesium blue. Once we get all the rest of the environment in and stuff, I think it'll make sense. I can always go back in here later if I really wanted to and brighten this up in here. I think the way I could do that is just modifying the texture. I could go back into here. And then over here with this, I would just like lighten up the alpha on this stuff. Just like this. So he's a little brighter now. Unless I'm thinking about this all wrong and there's another reason why it's so dark. Which there might be. Might be something wrong with my like contributions here. Color the past? Maybe I don't want to do that. Let's see what that looks like without that on. Okay, no, I have to do it, so. There's probably a reason why it's so dark, but it's fine. I'll look into that another time. Maybe I'll watch a video or something. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is, yeah, I think it's fine. It's just because it's so dark in the room. I mean, here it looks normal. I'm also going to change his type so that I can make him interactable. So root type is now going to be interactable. Re-import. So now we're going to give him a collision shape. This is going to be a sphere. 0.2, 0.3. And we're going to create a custom class for him. It's going to extend interactable. And then function interact will play a little sound. So audio stream player. Yeah, I was thinking about using that exact same sound, the Godot plush. Should make random Starground noises? Yeah, that'd be crazy. I drag in the sound effects folder from Starground and just play a random noise. Some of those might be really bad though to play. Also, I want to make him like squish a little bit when he gets squeezed. So whenever we squeeze him, he kind of goes, meow, you know. So I'll say scale.y is equal to 0.75. And then we need function process. 1.0, 1 times delta. It's like a 1 in 3,000 chance to speak English. Yeah, we record a line where he's just like, hello. I am Starground. I am John Starground. We could do that. Okay, let's go back into Starground now. And we want to get a little squish, a squeak. Here's our squeaks. Father, release me. Yeah, we can do that. Now let's show in File Manager. Let's drag in our squeak. Squeak 1. He's also on the right collision layer, right? I think. What are like these buttons on? Yeah, it's just 1. The day of your reckoning is upon you. Yeah, we should totally make him do something like that. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, his lerping is way too slow. I also want to change his origin point to be the bottom of him instead of his center. So I'm just going to reapply all transforms. The darkness is coming. Yeah. Can't see anything. Okay. Now back in here. I'm going to change his collision shape. I'll make it a little smaller. Like that. Now, in the world, we have to squanch him down a little bit. All right, let's try that. Yeah, it's pretty epic. I'll make the this not lerp quite as fast. I feel like you gotta have a little squeezable guy somewhere, you know? It's so annoying. Yeah, I should make it so the sounds probably stack. Give it some polyphony. No, they shouldn't. Yeah, that'll work. I can't see them. It's so dark in here. Here, let's make the generator not run out as fast just for a minute. Let's say minus 10. So it'll be 10. Oh, wait, no, that's 10 times as much. Wait. Starground plush when? Whenever there's enough people that want it so that the makeship campaign is a success. I saw what you did there, generator. He's looking up at the the hatch. No, no, it's gone dark. Help. Okay, so let's the generator is rotating around. It's very odd. Yeah. I think I know exactly why it's doing that. Oops, I am in the wrong scene. It's because I'm lerping the rotation back to 0, but what I need to do is say var start rotation is my rotation. And then we're only going to be lerping it back to the initial starting rotation. And that should fix it. There we go. Keep that hatch closed, boy. No, my power. What does this game look like without collision shapes on? I'm so used to them being visible. Let's see. Yeah, that's better without them on, obviously. Oh, my rover can't see anything because I... No, no! I do need to start messing with the audio channels and all that stuff, because right now we just have master. But we need one that's going to be SFX, music maybe, probably not though. And we just need to do some basic stuff, like give this a little bit of reverb. And we need to start, especially now that we're like adding in sounds, it's important to actually put all these in the right audio buses. So Starground plush audio player, oops, is going to be inside of SFX. And I might have two. I might have another like a world SFX for things that are like, oh my god. Okay, that reverb is insane. Let's see. The room size should be that big. I think this has got a little bit too much wet. One thing that's annoying about audio effects is you have to restart the game for them to actually apply. That's better, but it's very like... It's up here. It needs to be more bassy. I don't know how to do that. It's just more echoes. Spread. High pass. There we go. So let's maybe just up that a little bit. But is that just gonna make it so that the lows are not audible? Let's see what happens with that. Yeah, that's what it did. Damping. It's how reflective the walls are. I wonder if lowering that would like make it crazier. Hi, big man. I'm a head out. Gotta look for a set up my totally legit Pokemon game. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it just makes it sound bad. Yeah, do it up, brother. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. If you guys are streaming on Twitch, then I might raid over. So yeah. Okay, so dry is just like the bass sound that gets outputted. I guess it's just because this sound is so squeaky. I mean, all the other sounds should probably be okay. Let's go ahead and add another bus, which is World SFX. And that's going to be a child of SFX, and we're going to move our reverb thing over. So now things that we want to actually like be affected by that in the world, we set that to World SFX. So like our directional buttons and stuff, or inside of this button 3D, we're going to say audio dot audio bus or whatever it is. I can't remember. I think it's just bus, and then we just set it to a like that. Yeah, let's see. Time, yeah, where we are, but I think it's going to be just me for the time being since I still isn't awake. Okay, yeah. That's all good. Okay, so now those are affected by the echo, which is good. I do think the echo is too much. I'm probably going to, you know, make it not as crazy. But yeah. Also, let's go take a look at our random sound event player. That needs to be World SFX. I think that's all the main ones. I don't want the ambience actually to be affected by reverb because it's just going to sound crazy and bad. So, that's pre-delay stuff. I wish I could, like, change how, I need to add, like, I don't want to, like, affect the bass audio, but I want to make the sound coming out of the reverb, like, lower pitch. Or, like, just cut off the highs so it's more bassy. I don't know how I'm going to do that, though. Because, I mean, there's, like, the low-pass filter, which is what we want. But this one has a built-in high-pass, but not a low-pass. See, I don't think there's any way to really do that. Oh, well. There's feedback. It's pre-delay stuff. Yeah, I don't think damping is what I want. I can turn damping down low to see if that changes that. I feel like that just keeps the high-pitched stuff, though. Like, if I set it back up to 1, what does that sound like? It's just basically how echoey it is. And then room size is, like, I think how long it takes for an echo. Let's see. Yeah, so we don't want room size too big. I'll probably lower that. Maybe lower dampening. See what that sounds like now. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't want the reverb effect to be way too crazy, so. Oh yeah, the little noises being a part of that are good. It's crazy that it's so like you can't see anything, man. But that's good. That's how I want it to be. Can't even see the buttons you're clicking. Interesting that that radar is actually bright. I wonder why. I do have like a little bit of a like directional light cast on everything, almost like a moonlight thing, just so you can kind of see what's around when it's pitch black. Because I was testing it before and it was like, oh my god, this is like not actually fun when it's just pure black. But yeah. Because you have to be able to fuel up your generator again, so it's got to have some visibility. I might tweak that as we actually start coloring things, because right now everything is white, so when I start making them darker, it's probably going to be harder to see everything. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I do need to get started on materials and stuff. I really don't think it'll be that hard. It's just a matter of just chucking in standard materials. Where did that Starground plush material go? I guess it's only for this one. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I need to start building up more kinds of materials. We've got glass and metal right now. Where do I use glass? Oh, right, that's for our little lamp. I do want, like, let's see, another resource, standard material. Like, pipe metal and stuff like that. And it's gonna be kind of the same vibe, but just a little different. Then albedo, we can modify. Doesn't seem to be applying. I think I might have to go into the elevator scene and apply it there. Yeah. So that'll be the color of that. I'll probably also use it for the hatch. Also this right here. And maybe also our little tray thing, at least for those. Then that'll be like some kind of different metal. Or maybe we do that, and then that's the pipe metal. Figure out what we want for that. I just want to have a nice kind of backlog of different materials we can use. Roughness will be pretty low. This will be more of like a shiny metal, right? So let's go ahead and work on that. Let's open up a filter forge. My goat. Oh yeah, also, oh Sheik, are you here? I'm sorry that I forgot, but we were gonna play your game. Whoa, shred mill. Yeah, let's try your game. I did want to try this. So A to move, left up and right arrow to aim, and space to hook, shift to hit. Okay, I'm gonna keep those open on the side. Hooker game. Whoa, 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 wait. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is a way different game than I thought. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait! Wait! Okay, thank God. Space to hook. Okay. And then, oh, shift to hit. Whoops. Come on, guy. Oh, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a chest. I got hearts. Oh, I can aim up. I didn't realize. No. How do I open the chest? Did you like not take into account delta time or something like that? I feel like the game is extremely fast. Oh, I can just shoot them without having to hook them first. Okay. That makes this significantly easier. Ow. Let's see, you made this in Game Maker. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I got a penalty for not using the hook. Okay, I see. Interesting. Options. Hold on, I'm gonna open options at any. Oh, it's just like Game Maker options. Longer hit cooldown. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. What's your like vision for the game? Is it gonna be like a roguelike kind of thing, or like? All right, let's go to Filter Forge. I want to see if they have like a pipe filter. I don't know that well. Any other indie game I make a roguelite? Yeah, that's fair. Cool. Something like that could be interesting, like a tube. Oh, dude. That could look sick, actually. The only issue is, though, if I'm using triplanar... Oh, dude, ribbed toes. That's what I want. That's all I want in life. Oh, we'll see what this looks like. Because this won't actually follow... Yeah, it's not going to work. We just need some kind of metal. I'm thinking something like that. Where it's like a little bit of like a cleaner metal. Obviously, it's not clean, but like... something more you'd see for like a pipe. Let's try this one. I think it's cool. No yellow paint. Okay. 2 or 4 panels. Let's do 2 panels. Metal saturation. Metal lightness. We'll keep the metal relatively light. Also, I forgot. I messed everything up. I need to open our, like, this and then create a new artboard. Now I can go select my filter. Metal hue. Okay. I just want like a nice neutral color for this metal. I think this will look pretty good. And there's metal contrast. I just want to see like what the diffuse is. Oh. Oh, so that's a normal. Okay. Then we got the bump map. Can mess with the normal. The idea is to have 2 types of chests. One is a basic, which can get a basic upgrade. Yeah, like stats up or refill. And an epic chest, which you can get a broken upgrade. Okay. Actual new mechanics, you get more max health and refill to max health. Nice. Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, just keep working away at it. Okay, so let's export these images. So we're going to say export. I wish it wouldn't append artboard 2 on it like that. I think it's stupid, but whatever. So we just want the normal and the diffuse. We'll say file name is pipe. Oh, can I just do that? Oh, there we go. Maze game textures. Yes. Also need to learn how to make UIs in GameMaker. Yeah, I have no idea how that would work. I've done UI in GameMaker, but man, it was such a pain. I feel like there's got to be a better way somehow. Okay, are these exported yet? I can't tell. They must have. Yeah, there we go. So now let's go modify our pipe metal. Albedo will be pipe diffuse. I don't really see much of it, but it's there. And then pipe normal. Whoa. Okay. So first off, let's go ahead and do triplanar. I don't know how I feel about the diamond texture. I mean, like a little bit would probably be okay, but I think it's just too distracting. I think we'll try a different texture. Like maybe something like this. My only issue with it is it's probably going to be weird when it's triplanar, but downloading filters. We can try it. Let's just see what it looks like. Export. See, now that we already have... Okay, so this is just one texture. It's probably not what I want. We just need a more generic metal texture. Like metal panels. This will probably be fine. Seamless tiling. We can do row shift. That probably just makes it look like bricks, right? Yeah. And then large plates. Okay. I kind of like large plates. Let's see. Plate color. Yeah, these would probably be a little more blue tinted. Sort of like that. Reflection blur. Okay. Now I can see what the different components look like, yeah. That's the normal. The diffuse is interesting. Let's do something like that. Okay, so let's export this again really quick. And then I do have to go. I want to see what this looks like. All right. Okay, that one didn't get updated. Is it still? It says error importing. Sometimes this happens. I think we just have to like get out of it or reload. About Sailor one, yeah. Yeah, I did all the 3D modeling for everything. So far we haven't imported or gotten any assets or anything. Starground guy. Apparently has broken dependencies. Okay, why is this file broken? Let's just delete that file. just turn off the normal map for a minute on there and re-export. Something happened. Just do pipe normal. Saving. Okay, it should be done. There we go. So now let's try putting this one in. So that's how this one looks. It's... Maybe we can always mess with like the metallic. I'll definitely keep experimenting with different textures, I think. I don't think this is exactly what I want for the pipes, but it's something. It's too like black malpipe. I'll look that up. Like these. Oh yeah, malleable iron. Yeah. Yeah, something like that could be interesting, like more of a cast iron filter, right? Instead of what we're trying to do now. There isn't really like a... I mean, there's this, but that's like a weird pattern. Metal. There's got to be some kind of like cast iron. I mean, we could do super rust. It's basically cast iron. Let's mess with super rust. There's not a whole lot of settings for super rust, so that's it. Yeah. I don't know. I'll definitely look around though. I think it could be cool if it's like a cast iron pipe kind of vibe. Yeah. That's gonna be it for today, everybody. Thanks for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff done. Oh god. I got some audio stuff done with like the ambience and all that, so that's cool. Yeah, it's coming along. Let's see if Season is streaming yet. He is not streaming yet, so unfortunately, love when Twitch plays random audio. So we won't raid Season yet. Let's go raid. I don't know. What do we want to raid? Adagon's working on D2 Jam stuff. I can raid Adagon. Alright. Just want to check in. I'm out myself. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for coming in, everybody. Appreciate it. I'll next be live on Friday. I kind of want to play Voice of the Void, so we might play that on Friday. Be on the lookout for that. But otherwise, I'll be doing either working more on the Maze game or on Starground, of course. So yeah, I'm gonna start the raid on Anagon. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam, join the Discord if you want, and eventually we'll have a playtest out for this game, the little Maze game. I don't know when that's gonna be. It's really just whenever it's kind of playable. So the next thing that I have to get working is like the tunnels and stuff with the entities. So we'll get working on that. But yeah. Alright, goodbye everybody. I'll see you all on Friday at 3:30 MDT. Bye-bye.